Hello, everybody! I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am super pumped, like really pumped, since I saw you all last because you know that I have been. I'm not in the pit of despair because I've been really enjoying the book, but it has been a long, steady progression through The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas. And, I took a whole month off last month. Before that, I was reading it for 3 months because I started at the beginning of May. I have made a substantial amount of progress in the last week. Like, I have read more of this book in the last week than I have at all over the prior 4 months. So I have actually passed page 1,000 out of 1,243. I have been reading a minimum of 3 chapters a day. And I definitely am feeling that excitement about getting to the end of the story and like learning all the hot tea, the hot goss, if you will, about what's going to happen. So I don't know that I'll be done with this by the time I see you all next, which would be next week, but there is the potential that I could finish it next week when I see you all, which would be awesome because as long as I stay on that like 3 chapters a day, it's probably going to take me about 8 days to read this. But I have a feeling, especially if there's a short chapter, because I've been doing this recently, I'm going to be reading more than those 3 chapters a day because I'm actually ahead right now than where I expected that I would be. So I'm feeling really good about that. Like, this is the largest book that I have read in a while. And I felt like earlier in the year, when I read The Terror, I was like, oh, that's probably going to be the biggest book that I read this year. Then something possessed me to start reading The Count of Monte Cristo, and I just like blew that number out of the water. So while I have not read nearly as many books this year as I might normally, this book would be like 4 books in one. So I have to give myself like some amount of credit there for that. But I wanted to give you an update. And then I have made virtually no progress in Someone You Can Build a Nest In because I have been spending all of my time reading The Count of Monte Cristo. So that's my update. Let me know tonight what it is that you are reading or working on. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what temperature. It got hot here again. Like, it has been toasty. But despite that fact, Keaton and I have been celebrating the coming of fall. We did go to an apple orchard and we got apple cider. We got apple cider donuts. We did pick your own apples. So I have many apple products that I have been consuming. We ran out of the apple cider donuts, but I still have plenty of the actual cider and the donut or the apples left over. I originally thought we were going to get so many apples that I was going to need to like bake them into a pie or something, but we've just been eating them raw and they've been delightful. We got half a peck. If we went back, we probably would get another half a peck. And it was so nice too because the apple cider was buy one get one free, and that was for both half a gallon and a gallon. So we got 2 half gallons because I didn't know how much I was going to drink, and I already finished 1 half gallon in less than a week. So we're probably going to have to go back. But that's not a bad problem to have because it's a really nice orchard. We have like quite a few around here that we love. And the fact that you can just like pick your own is uniquely satisfying. So I would encourage everybody, if that's something that you want to go do, we did it. It was fun. Go have a good time, either by yourself or with family, however you want to do it. And I will go ahead and go on over and see how everybody is doing tonight. First one up was Robert. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Hi, Robert. Good to see you. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Howdy, Swank. Happy Talk Like a Pirate Day. Yar. Happy Woman Warrior Day and Happy Dance Day? Question mark. Why is the dance day a question mark? I think that one would be a lot of fun. I love dancing at home. And Robert says, I started Cathedral of the Drowned by Nathan Ballingrud by my go back to the short stories of The End of the World as We Know It, New Tales of Stephen King's The Stand. Oh, I didn't know that there were new tales, but that's exciting. Robert says, "Arg!" I'm sure you have a much better arg than I do, Robert. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, "Hi, Alex. I'm going to finish up the Buffalo Hunter tonight and start Mexican Gothic. Happy Friday." Yes, happy Friday indeed. Robert posting the parrot and the flag. And Swank says, "Robert, how are you liking the end? I want to get it." And Heidi says, "Hello, I finished Musashi today." Good for you, Heidi. Yay. 970 pages, and I have been reading it since June. It was incredible, a very immersive, transcendent reading experience. Well, I love to hear that, and I also appreciate that you have been working on it bit by bit since June and that you finished it, because that also makes me feel better about my my big chunker that I've been reading since May. And Robert says, "Swank, it's fantastic," which makes me happy. Robert says, "Alex is pumped," and amped, which is pamped. It kind of makes me sound pampered, which that wouldn't be so bad either. Oh, and Robert, in case you're wondering what we're having for dinner, I made a chicken and couscous vegetable soup. There you go. And Kat says, "Hey, Alex and friends, happy Friday." And happy Friday to you too, Kat. And Andrew says, "Hello, everyone." Hi, Andrew. Hope everyone is doing well. I'll be reading The Queen of Blood. Nice. And Angel. Hi, Angel. Angel says, "Hello, everyone." Hi, Kat. And hi, Alex. And Kat says, "I'm waiting for Barry to get home from work. He's going to grill steaks and make baked potatoes for dinner." I was wondering what kind of baked potato you were going to have, Kat. I was guessing shrimp, but a steak baked potato sounds good too. Kat says, "Hi, Angel." And Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, "Hello, everybody." And hello to you. Andrew says, "I got some apple cider beer for tonight." Woohoo! Yes! That sounds actually really good. I have been drinking more beer recently than I typically do, because I think it's because I have been consuming so much sugar that, like, so I go to trivia every week, and normally I get a cider when I'm at trivia, but the last 2 weeks I've gotten beer, I think because I've been intaking too much sugar. And Kat says, "Hey, Magnolia." Swank says, "Hi, Kat." And Anne's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, "Good evening. Reading Sad Tiger by Nij Sino." I know I pronounced that wrong. It is one of the National Book Award long list for translated literature. 70 pages left. Very nice, Anne. Good job. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, "Hello, Alex and everyone." Swank says, "Damn autocorrect." And Kat says, "Arg, Swank." And Magnolia says, "I'm not reading anything tonight." That's totally okay. "When the sprint begins, I will finish the Steve Martin stand-up show from 1979. And after that, I will go to bed a little earlier because tomorrow I will go to a market." Oh, fun. That sounds great. Well, thanks for hanging out with us while you can, Magnolia. And she says, "Hi to Kat." Swank says, "I'm reading Mothman Tales." I love that. I had two different people that I'm friends with who were not related to each other at all go to the Mothman town and see the statue. And I noticed a lot of people do funny things with the statue. Like there was some people that was shoving coins and like dollar bills into Mothman's butt cheeks. If you have never seen the statue, I highly recommend that you look it up. It is a lot of fun. And he does have some butt cheeks, I got to tell you. And Anne says, "I have one book left on the long list for the Booker Prize. The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny is released on Tuesday." Sweet. And Heidi says, "Angela, did you like the fish part in Buffalo Hunter? It was the point I was blown away." Yeah, I remember you saying that last time, Heidi, and I was intrigued because I have no idea what that means. And Magnolia says, "Where's the rum?" Why is the rum always gone, Magnolia? And Andrew says, "Taco salad tonight and steaks tomorrow with asparagus." That all sounds good. Magnolia says, "No correction. Arg, where's the rum, you scumbag?" And Heidi says, "Trivia night, so jealous. My husband and I did that every week when we were dating." That is actually the place that Keaton and I met. So I don't know if I've ever told the story. I probably have, but it's buried somewhere else in another video. But Akit and I had started talking online. We did meet online on Bumble. And I had done a video call with him one time, and we had decided it would be good to actually meet up. And I didn't want to meet up by myself. I thought it would be good to meet up with my friends that I hang out with every week for trivia. And I knew that they would be kind of a good judge of character as well when he showed up. And so he came in a group. He was by himself, didn't know any of us except for me, obviously. And it was me and five other people, and he was the only one, the odd man out. And he was so brave. In my heart and in my mind, I'm like, that's a lot. Like I'm sure I would have had the courage to do that had the roles been reversed, but I would have been extremely nervous. And he was playing it super cool and really chill when he's as much of a goober as I am, but I didn't realize that at the time. And I have very fond feelings about that. I was already going to trivia and I already had my trivia friends, but that the fact that that was also the place where I got to officially meet him was really cool. And I love going to trivia. It's really fun. We can't obviously win every time, but 2 weeks ago we did win first place. And whenever you win first place where we go, you get a $30 gift card to spend there. And then we do that for the table. Like we'll buy a round of drinks when we have enough money. And we've slowly been accumulating people, so more and more have gone like over the years, which is cool. So there's a decent number of us now. And Swank says the Steve Martin show is good. And Magnolia says, I am really looking forward to it. There's a market, secondhand market, music, food stands. It's fun. I hope I will find some DVDs for my wish list. Well, I hope you do too. That sounds like a great time. And Swank says, I'd love to go see the Mothman statue. And Magnolia says, Swank, I really like him. He's such a talented man. He is now in my pile of favorite actors. Love his humor, but also his music. He is surprisingly very talented with his music. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Happy Friday to you. She says, hello, Alex and chat. Happy Friday all. And Heidi says, I do not think you ever discussed how you met Keaton here. I watched all old sprints. Okay, well, good. Then I was able to give you a new, little story. And Angela says, Heidi, no, I'm at page 325. I've been looking for it. And Robert says, all Keaton. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He, during what would be considered the summer months, he gets to get off work early on Fridays. But since we're officially out of summer, he's not allowed to do that anymore. So unfortunately, he's not already home, but the food is still hot on the stove. So I got that at least. Heidi says, okay, I guess soon before part 2 next week, I will ask you again. And Magnolia says, what book are you reading, Alex? I'm officially on page 1005 in the Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm on page 181 of Someone You Can Build a Nest In. So, I have another thing that I'm going to do tonight during sprints. So I just got I got a new drawing tablet. So I haven't been able, or I shouldn't say I haven't been able to draw or do art. I haven't spent time doing that for many years. So when I was in high school and stuff, I used to be in these advanced art classes, and I loved working with clay. My favorite medium was charcoal. I did a self-portrait. I did, various animals and all sorts of stuff. And I used to spend a lot of time doing art, and I haven't done it in years. And a huge part of that is just because I felt like I had kind of lost some of my my soft skills that I had from all those years ago, and my hands are not as stable as they used to be. I don't think I have particularly shaky hands, but when I try to draw straight lines on paper, I find that it's very difficult and I get frustrated and I keep having to erase and everything. So I decided I was going to start trying to work on stuff digitally. And I just got it today, and I got my the program and everything to use. And so I'm actually really excited to try to just kind of mess around and do a little bit of art and test some stuff out. So I probably will not be spending the whole time reading because I have been getting so far ahead in what I've been wanting to do, but I'll at least probably spend half the night doing that just so I can like take a little bit of a mental break and do some drawing. And I told Keaton last year, my big thing that kind of got me through the winter, and I'm probably still going to work on some socks, but the big thing that got me through winter last year was knitting. And during the winter, if I don't have something to kind of hyper focus on, I end up feeling really sad. And I don't want to feel that way this year. And I have this like draw to want to like do art. And I have like some old games from like my childhood and stuff that I've been playing that I've been having a lot of fun with. And that's been bringing me a lot of joy right now. So it's like, okay, if I can feel good about that, just hold on to that for some months, going forward. I know I'm like way early because it's still very hot outside, but I have to like let myself get carried away in things, and it makes me happy. So that's what I'll be doing for part of the evening. And Magnolia says, I'm not reading now, but 2 days ago I began Yellowface next to House of Leaves because House of Leaves is a difficult read. You poor thing. I respect that you are still reading House of Leaves. I did get through it, even though I didn't like it. I know multiple people that could not get through it. So if you finish it, good on you. And Jamie says, still at work, but we'll be back after, hoping to finish The Salt Grows Heavy tonight. And Robert says, Jamie, The Salt Grows Heavy, 5 stars for me. That's awesome. Magnolia says, that's fun. I love being creative as well. Yeah, I want to be creative, and like the way in which I'm creative changes, if that makes sense. Like it just kind of depends on what's pulling me. Like I said last year, it was trying to learn all these different methods of knitting, and I spent like months doing that. Andrew says, how's the new Borderlands? I'm not a fan of the series, but I'm excited to start season 10 of Diablo 4. Keaton and I played Diablo 4 together when it came out. I had played Diablo 3 for years by myself before that, so I'm a big fan of that series, and I love all the lore, and I have all the lore books and everything too. The new Borderlands game has been a lot of fun. We've been enjoying it. I immediately told Keaton that I was like, this is the least Borderlands feeling game of everything that they've released. So they changed the UI. So all of the other ones, so there was obviously the 3 Borderlands games and then the pre-sequel. So this is actually the 5th game. This game is the only one where the interface looks different, and then like the art and style of everything kind of looks a little bit different too. And I was commenting to him that I was like, this doesn't really look and feel like a Borderlands game, although I'm really enjoying it, and like there's some of that humor there. And apparently everybody online has been commenting that it reminds them of Destiny, and Destiny is a game that I never played, so I didn't have that comparison, but that like makes so much sense to me that people have been saying that. And they took huge inspiration, I could tell, from some other franchises, not just Destiny, when they were making this game. But you know what, we're having a good time. I'm interested in the stories. I love playing games with Keaton. He's just fun to play with. Video games and card games. We've been playing card games together too. And Magnolia says, yep, I understand. I have many kinds of creative things I like as well, and sometimes I have my hyped up period in that. And Anne says, I have a real struggle during winter. I've been storing up books like squirrels store up nuts. I think that's so cute, Anne, and I think that's good. Got to do what you got to do. And Magnolia says, I have the same with gaming. I go months without gaming, and then bam, I'm all into gaming again for a period and do it for a few months, maybe even weeks, and then go months without it again. I can completely understand that. I wasn't really ready for the game, the Borderlands 4 that Keaton and I have been playing, but he was like so hyped about it that when it came out, I was like, I knew I was going to play it as soon as it came out because I knew he wanted to play it. And I'm glad that I have been, because it's been a lot of fun. And then I take the rest of my mental energy and I just, put it into other pursuits. So I feel like I've got so many things I'm trying to do right now that I'm drawn into many different directions, but my undiagnosed ADHD is the only way that I can function in that way. That's the way I've been my whole life, is I have to have like some sort of hyper obsession, and whatever that hyper fixation is, it just makes me really happy to do those things, which I mean, some people would say that that might be bad, but it's worked for me fine so far. And Jamie says, good to hear, Robert. All right, everybody. Well, I have rambled at you about my random things enough. So I will go ahead and put up our first 45-minute sprint. And I will also give you your first question, which is going to be, have you DNF'd any books this year, and which one took you the longest to read so far? So, not saying which DNF'd book took you the longest to read, it's two separate questions. Have you DNF'd any books, and which book has taken you the longest to read? And I will go ahead and get the timer up. And I have a little forest scene. I'm very green today. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a chapter. Let me push the right button here. There we go. I read a chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo, and I started doing like a little drawing tutorial. So I ended up spending probably about 20 minutes on that, so about half the time. And before we left, I asked you all the question, have you DNF'd any books this year? And which one took you the longest to read so far? Of course, I forgot to put my little star here, but I was able to find exactly where we needed to be in the comments. Woohoo. And the first one up was Anne, and she says, I got a copy of Bunny by Mona Awad today. I have heard it is hilarious. I read Bunny. I don't know that I necessarily would describe it as hilarious, but I definitely think it has its audience, and I thought that it was a decent book. So hopefully you will end up enjoying it. And Magnolia says, so the sprint will begin, so I will go to Steve Martin and already say bye-bye to all here. Have a lovely read. Oh, well, thank you, Magnolia. Hopefully she's going to get some good sleep and enjoy her shopping time tomorrow. And Heidi asks, has anyone read Cursed Bunny by Bora Chung, a short story collection that's supposed to be super weird? I have never even heard of that, Heidi. But maybe Zach has if he pops on later. You could ask him. And says, I DNF'd Fox by Joyce Carol Oates. The book that took the longest to read was Mason and Dixon by Thomas Pynchon. Okay, and how long did that take you, Anne? And why did you DNF Fox by Joyce Carol Oates? And Heidi says, IQ 84 took me 2 months to read, not as long as Musashi. It was like these two books in Japan, crushed by TBR like Godzilla. Aw, I soft DNF for Mitchell's Bone Clocks. Okay, very fair. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, yes, I have DNF'd a book this year. Hi, all. Well, Melissa, what book have you DNF'd this year, and which book has taken you the longest to read? And Jamie says, I have DNF'd 4 books this year. 7 Stones to Stand or Fall took me the longest to read. It's a series of novellas from Outlander. Okay, so that one's part of a series. He said, I would put it down between novellas to read something else. Okay, good to know. I did end up DNFing some things this year, but they ended up being for a variety of reasons. So I wanted to go back and because I can't actually remember everything I put down. There we go. Okay, so the first one that I'm going to call it a soft DNF was the book that I got really pissed off about because I mistakenly started reading the 4th book as the first book because I didn't realize that the original trilogy had ended, and I knew about the trilogy because I now own it, but the 4th book was the start of another trilogy by a different name, but it was a continuation of the original trilogy. So if you didn't know what happened in the first 3 books, then you'd have no idea what the heck is going on in the 4th one. And I started feeling weird while reading it. And I was like, why does this seem like I'm supposed to know more than I do? Like the book is expecting me to understand what's going on already. And I looked it up. I was like, oh, because I'm not going to say I'm dumb. It wasn't my fault. It did the fantasy thing and that everybody who reads fantasy knows about, where it just doesn't communicate anywhere on the book that it's a part of a different series or that you shouldn't start with that one. So I'll eventually get to it, hopefully, just not right now. And then there was Dragon Rider, which was a book that I really liked when I was a kid. But the funny thing is, I remember when I was a kid that it took me forever to read that book. And then I started reading it again as an adult. And I realized the reason it took me so long to read as a kid was because it was really freaking boring. And it made me super sad because I didn't want to finish it. I didn't think it was very interesting. I liked the art in it. I thought that was super cute, but I decided finally after 20 years that I'm going to give up my copy and let another kid have it because it's not something that I need to read. I got really decently into the book Cold Storage, and it just got to the point where I was not enjoying it, and I couldn't suspend my disbelief any longer while reading it because I just thought that the premise of it was so freaking ridiculous. Some people said that they really liked it and they didn't care that they had to suspend their belief, and I think that that's great. I could not do that, so I couldn't finish it. And then I wanted to read Crying in H Mart because I keep hearing everybody talking about how wonderful that memoir is. Uh, it wasn't that the writing was bad, it was that I didn't have any idea who the author was. And so trying to read it and have empathy for this woman that I don't know who she is as a person. I wanted to learn more about who she was first and have some understanding of her, like, because she's a musician, have some understanding of her music career before I were to go back and read that. So I put it down in the meantime. So there we go. And Telkana, hello. And obviously, the book that's taken me the longest to read is The Count of Monte Cristo. And Heidi says, Jamie, are you watching the Outlander prequel TV show, Blood of My Blood? It's pretty stinky. Heidi says, Melissa, what book did you DNF? And Jamie says, Heidi, no, it didn't look very good. I already have plenty of other things on my to be watched list. I like that TBW. I haven't heard somebody say that before, but it makes perfect sense. Robert says, DNF Absolution. The author wanted a new Mercedes. Audition, pointless, inane. The imagined life, annoying, stupid dialogue for our main protagonist. Longest, The Victory book, number 13 and 14, Warhammer 40K. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. It's very to the point synopsis, Robert. And says, Robert, who wrote the book Absolution that you DNF'd? And Kat says, all I did that sprint was talk to my friend, hung up with him, and talked to my hubby. Oh, well, good. That sounds great. And Kat says, no DNFs for me this year. Emma took me the longest to read so far. I know you don't DNF books, Kat. I respect that. Robert says, and Jeff Vandermeer, I love the Southern Reach trilogy. Absolution is the fourth book. And yeah, that's the one that Keaton, he did, I think he did read that, and he said that it was very different than the take of the original trilogy, and the author ended up like retconning some things from the trilogy that worked, and then you go and you add elements years later, and then it doesn't keep consistency with the story, and so he found that to be kind of frustrating. So I completely understand where you're coming from, because I was sitting here and I was like, I know that I had a whole conversation with Keaton about that book, and then I wrote it, like came back to me when you said that. So yeah, I understand why you'd be frustrated. And Angela says, Soft DNF to Prodigal Summer by Barbara Kingsolver. I will be returning to it. Moby Dick was my longest book. And Melissa says, DNF to Have and to Heist. I think the longest one to finish was Babel by R.F. Kuang. Yeah, Babel is one that I have. It was a book of the month book, and I will eventually get to it. But it's weird because that book seems to be one that is polarizing for people. It's either that you really like it or you really don't. I haven't heard much nuanced feedback. I know that it exists. It's just I haven't heard it personally. And Andrew says, I haven't DNF'd any books yet. The Witcher series has taken me the longest, but I have taken breaks to read other things. Yeah, I want to go back and read like all the Witcher books. I've only read The Last Wish, and I really enjoyed. So the only video game of the Witcher series that I played was Witcher 3, which ended up being a really wonderful one to play, and I'm so glad that I picked that up. Gwent is an amazing card game, super fun. But the books, when I read The Last Wish, I realized how kind of different his character is in the video game versus the novel. Not entirely, but like a little bit different. And so I need to figure out what kind of like everything that happened before the third game, because all of that stuff's in the novels. And Elkie, hi Elkie. Elkie says DNF'd Kings of the Wild. Or just casually stopped reading it and not caring. Longest read is probably my current one, reading The Stand by Stephen King. King says it has over 1,300 pages. Yeah, The Stand is really good, and I hope you end up enjoying it. And says, I DNF'd Fox because I couldn't take any more of, oh no, okay, of the essay of children by a teacher. Mason and Dixon took 2 weeks to read. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, Anne. I wouldn't want to read that either. Heidi says, I love the Witcher books and Kings of the Wild. And Swing says, I DNF'd Stone Blind, The Hobbit, Interior, Chinatown, and Zombie Bake Off. Took so long to read because it wasn't that good. I'm surprised to hear that you DNF'd The Hobbit, but, you know, it's kind of, because I've never read The Hobbit, and I haven't read the original trilogy for Lord of the Rings, just like I haven't read Dune, because I have this really terrified feeling about reading books that people have huge fandoms over, because there's that fear that I'm like, well, if I don't like it, I can't talk about it because I'll just be like rage hated off of like any platform that I talk about it. And I actually mentioned that to Keaton because he is a huge fan of Dune. He read all the novels, not just the first, but all of them. And he can tell you every freaking detail that happens in those books. And he really wants me to read Dune. And I'm just so scared too, because I told him, I'm like, well, I don't want to be one of those people that you talk about who like just didn't get it. That's the thing that I hate the most about book culture and booktube culture is when people say that they didn't like something and all you do is go, well, you just didn't get it. And I'm sure that I've been guilty of that for books that I've loved, that I've heard people talk about, and they're like, well, I didn't like it because of this. I'm sure that I was like, well, you didn't understand that this was what they were trying to say. But it's one thing to have that thought internally, and it's another thing to go online and call somebody out and be like, well, you just didn't freaking understand it, you stupid. Like, I just don't, I hate that. And Anne says, thank goodness it wasn't Absolution by Alice McDermott. Okay. And Andrew says, Robert, do you just read Warhammer or do you play as well? And Robert says, Andrew, read only. Oh, that's interesting, Robert. I didn't know that. I figured that you also played the figure game. And Elke says, I'm reading Babel currently too, and I like it, but sometimes it reads like a textbook and it's very focused on linguistics and language, which is interesting to me, but you do have to like that. I'm going to have to recommend that to Keaton then, because he loves books that are focused around language. He absolutely loved the, oh my God. It's the second book is The Desolation of Peace. The first book is A Memory Called Empire. There we go. I was like, I read both of those and they were really good. I better be able to remember. But language is a huge part of those books as well. So he might like that one. And Robert says, Alex suspended disbelief with Wild Dark Shore, Charlotte McConaughey. Then that reveal killed the story. Suspended disbelief. And Swank says, too many hairy toes and male leads. Talking about The Hobbit. That's so funny. Elke says, but yeah, Babel is a slow read. Need to take your time with it. That's good to know. And Telkana says, how are y'all? Yes, I've DNF'd a couple books this year, Allegiant and Watchmen. I am doing just fine. Today actually was a pretty good day, personally, and I hope that you have had a good day. And Heidi says, oh, Alex, Dune and Lord of the Rings, Hobbit 2026. You'll like both. They are gold. You've heard me say it before, Heidi, because I know I've given that spiel before, but it's like, you know that I'm like praying. I'm like, please, I want to love them. There's no worse feeling than reading something that everybody is saying is amazing and you're sitting there going, I don't know what the hype's about. Though at least with Dune, I have had some very nice people in my comments on like different sci-fi videos over the years say, well, you know, the thing with Dune is you have to give it a second read. Like I've had men who've been reading science fiction for many years go, oh, well, you know, it took me 2 times to read it to like fully appreciate it. And it's like, okay. And that makes me feel better. And Keaton said the same thing. He's like, yeah, absolutely. And I say that not because obviously not only men read Dune, it was just the only people who made those comments were men. That's why I was saying that. And Angela says, Crying in H Mart was a 5-star book for me. I put it right up there beside Pachinko. That's awesome. Yeah, I've heard amazing things about it. I know that I would really like it. I just want to know who the author is first. And Tina says, good evening, just joining in. I'll be reading Wind and Truth. Well, hi, Tina. Good to see you. Kat says, hey, Tina. And hello to Kat. And Andrew says, Robert, I just started Horus Rising for 40K, but I also like to play and have built and painted many armies. I have to like get out my little figures sometime, Andrew, to show you. I don't actively play. I never played 40K. I played Age of Sigmar for it was about a year, and I only bought one set of figures, but I painted most of them, and it took a lot of time, a lot of effort. That was my creative outlet during that year. I was in college, and it was actually the local games workshop store owner ended up working with my business department, and my group was the one that created a business plan for like how she could get new customers and like bring more women into the store because it's a very heavily male dominated industry. And so because I wanted to like understand the game really well in order to be able to talk about it during the presentation, I ended up buying the figures, and I would go into the store and I would play with the regulars so that I could understand their mentality and learn about the game. And that was a really fun time. That was like that was honestly my favorite project that I ever worked on, other than we had to create a fake business and do like a business plan for it. And despite the fact that I love tattoos, I was instructed not to do a tattoo studio, but to do a tattoo removal studio. And I came up with a whole business plan and spoke to somebody in the city I was living with at the time about their business and like how they made money and how their business model worked and everything. That was really, both of those projects were like the two most interesting things I probably did when I was in college. And Alicia's like, yo, everyone. Yo, yo. And Telcana says, longest book so far this year was The Gathering Storm by Robert Jordan and Brandon Sanderson, nearly 33 hours. Woohoo, that is a lot. Robert says, I didn't get Heart of Darkness. Yeah, God, Robert, why didn't you get it? Didn't you pay attention? And Kat says, I love The Hobbit. And Tina says, same, Kat, I love The Hobbit as well. Tokana says, I love The Hobbit too. I remember my dad reading it to me when I was a little kid. My parents did not read to me. My mom swears that she did, but I can guarantee, promise you, that my mom did not do that anytime after I was like 4 years old because I have no memories of her reading to me at all. And Heidi says, Telkana Gathering Storm is my favorite. A Wheel of Time, #1. Hinterstap. That's awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. I think that was a lovely discussion. And I will give you all your next question, which is going to be, have you ever entered a short story competition? Would you be interested in participating in one if there was an interesting prize? And what prize would that be? And I mean, anybody can be like, I want to make McMansion. But I mean, realistically, a prize that could be given for a writing competition, have you ever entered one? And if you did enter one, what would the prize have to be for you to want to compete? That's your question. And I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to finish doing this little tutorial doodle thing that I'm doing, take a break, and then read another chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo. By that point, I will have read my requisite chapters for the day for Monte Cristo, and I'll probably try to dive into Someone You Can Build a Nest In just because I haven't read that in like a week. So I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. That 45 minutes went by super fast because I spent the whole time drawing. I'm doing like a little tutorial right now for like a little night sky. It's not done, but you can see it, like my little moon and my clouds and stuff. So just like trying to learn the tools and everything that are available to me. I'm having a lot of fun. That's the thing about like when I get lost in art, and I think when most people do, it's like time just kind of goes by and you're like, where am I? So I didn't get any reading done. Oh, shame on me. All right. Before we left, I asked you all the question: have you ever entered a short story competition, and would you be interested in participating one if there was an interesting prize? And what prize would that be? Let's see. And Swank says, I'm not into fantasy. Swank says, sure, why not? But I want money. Talkana says, no, lol, not a writer. I'm not either, Talkana. There was a point when I was in high school when I thought that I really wanted to be a writer. And I actually spent a lot of time like working on a story and mapped out a whole idea for like a book. And I wrote a really good portion of it, but I never finished it. And I have honestly never considered myself to be a writer. I consider myself to be more of like a reader and reviewer than anything else. I fully recognize that other people are way more talented than me. And I never took any classes when I was in college for like creative writing or anything like that. My writing classes were always more focused on like communication and like the theory of persuasion, especially helpful to me because my major was in business, but it was never about creative writing. So, no, I've never entered a competition, and I don't know that there would be a prize that would convince me to write in one, because I think in my heart I would always feel like, oh well, I'll never win, so what's the point of me submitting something? But I know that that's bad. I shouldn't feel that way. And maybe if I practice like how I'm interested in my drawing right now, it's like if I ever get a bug to write, I guess maybe that would be the time to try to find a competition to enter. And Anne says, I prefer to read someone else's writing over my own. Same. Jamie says, I have not entered any short story competitions, but I did co write and produce a short film for a competition. That's cool, Jamie. I love that. What was the film about? And how long was it? And Kat says, I have never entered a short story competition and not interested in entering one no matter the prize. Oh, Kat, we can be so similar. And Kathy, hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hi, all. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, too. She says, having a productivity night and getting a lot of work done. Hopefully, I can get my to do list completed. I hope so for you. What do you got on your to do list if you want to share? And Zach has made it. Hi, Zach. What's up? Zach says, hi, I'm reading Among the Burning Flowers by Samantha Shannon. Should finish it. Wonderful. And Kat says, I posted my Halloween happy pick on Instagram and read a chapter in Shadow House No Way Out by Dan Pawlowski. Cool. And Jamie says, spent part of that sprint catching up on the previous chatty bit, then read The Salt Grows Heavy, made it to 44%. Awesome job. Also, Jamie, I love that your name, you put like a little vampire on there now. I did just now notice that. Kat says, hey, Zach. And Jamie says, it was a 15-minute thriller. I love that idea. I wish that I could watch it. That sounds like so much fun. I would also never compete in I would be even worse at film than I would be probably at writing something, in my opinion. Because I did take a film class when I was in college, and the only thing that really made me do was recognize how much I don't understand framing and shooting things. Like YouTube is very different because especially booktube, yeah, you might take your camera out somewhere and you might want to get like some cool and interesting shots of things, but for the most part you're just shooting yourself, so it's more about like the angle that you're in your own room, and then it's just kind of straight on, so that's not really all that interesting. But I don't think I could film anything worth a damn. And Kathy says my to-do list is just includes a lot of little maintenance things for my business, taking photographs, drafting listings, deleting sold items from other platforms, stuff like that. Gotcha. That makes sense. All the kind of like little maintenance administrative things that you need to do. And Kat says, Jamie, I loved the salt grows heavy. You're the second person to say that, Kat. Kat, yeah. And Kathy says, it's not hard, it's just time consuming. Yeah, very tedious, I imagine. And Jamie says it was nerve wracking, but also a lot of fun. That's super cool. I love that. Were you involved then in a lot of editing? I'm sorry, I need to go back and I thought you said co-writing and production. So yeah, you must have been a part of like the whole process from start to finish, which is really awesome. Robert says, if I won a what's an SS competition? What does that stand for? I'd want the prize to be a famous author reviews my work. Oh, that would be really cool. That would be fun. Uh, I'm trying to think what that would stand for, but I don't know what that is, Robert. Let me know. I'm probably just being a silly goose and it's going to be obvious, but I'm going to ask anyway. Oh, short story. Duh, of course. Yeah, because I was yeah, no, that makes perfect sense because that was the criteria as short story. I started thinking in terms of like, even though it was my own damn question, good job me. I started thinking in terms of like larger writing competitions as well. But yeah, short story. That'd be really fun. Who would you want to review your work then, Robert? Which author? And Jamie says, yes, I had my hands in all parts of the process. Awesome. Cat's laughing at me. I know. Cat, that should tell you that like my brain's not really here right now. I'm sitting and I'm just thinking about like drawing and that's what my brain's doing right now. I'm lucky I can form a coherent sentence. That is the problem with my brain is when I get really focused on things, going from one thing to another thing is hard. So even though like these are my sprints and I'm doing this and it's like fun for me, pulling myself out, switching gears is hard. Cat says fair. Thanks. Thank you. That's why I say I have undiagnosed ADHD because I was talking to my therapist and I went through the process of like going through a checklist of um, symptoms. And she looked at me and she said, while I cannot officially diagnose you, I am very confident that you more than likely have it than don't have it. And I was like, okay, thanks. Like I would never be medicated for it. I have a lot of people in my life around me that take like Adderall and stuff. I would never take any of it, especially with all the problems people are having right now of like going to the pharmacy and actually successfully getting their medication, it being a controlled substance. So I'll probably just live my whole life as an undiagnosed ADHD person. But yeah, it does make me a little chaotic. So I have to say, I always appreciate that you all bear with me and enjoy coming here, even though I am as like all over the place sometimes as I am, probably because it's funny, but either way, I appreciate it. And says, let's try this again. Every dog deserves a home, but not every home deserves a dog. That is also very true. Yes, 110%. I'm a big animal lover myself, and I always want all animals to be taken care of, but I do not want everybody in the world to have an animal. Alrighty, I will give you all your next question. Speaking about creative endeavors, is going to be: do you consider yourself to be a creative, artistic person? And if so, what is your particular skill? And it can be anything. Alrighty, and that one was a short one because we didn't have as many people answer, and that's totally okay. And I will go ahead and I will put 45 minutes up on the clock. It's starting to get a little dark in here. And I will see you all in a little bit. I'm going to try to finish this tutorial in this next 45 minutes. And if I can, I will go back to reading. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished my little art tutorial, so thought you all might like to see that. Even the moon and the stars are glowing. Figured out how to do that effect, which was really fun. So I know it's simple, but you know, it's my thing. I made it. It makes me happy. And I also read a chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo, so I've officially read my chapters that I wanted to read in that today. So woohoo! I might read one more because that's the thing is like I keep wanting to read it, which is a good thing to have. So I might be able to get through another chapter tonight, but I'm also not sure because I kind of want to mess around on the tablet again a little bit. So we'll see. But before we left, I asked you all the question: do you consider yourself to be a creative, artistic person? And if so, what is your particular skill? I guess I can answer first. I do consider myself to be a creative person, although I would not consider myself to be masterful in any regard to anything. So, I mean, it's creative to make videos, it's creative to do book reviews, it's creative to try to draw and to knit and things like that. So, I enjoy doing all of those things, but I don't necessarily consider myself to be good at any of them. Except maybe reviews. I guess writing reviews, I could say I'm decent at that. Robert teasing me because I couldn't figure out the assessment short stories because I'm a goober. Saying sectional seclusion. Yeah, absolutely. And Jamie said, Alex, are you on Discord? I can send you a link to watch it. I am on Discord. I'm in Cat's Discord. So you can find me in there. And Swing says, I'm on a non narcotic ADHD med I get from my GP doctor. I did a test online, but it told me what I already figured out. Yes, I get hyper focused on what I'm doing. A non narcotic one sounds pretty good. And Swank says, I have 3 degrees in theater, so I'm best at entertaining and doing props and costumes. That sounds like a lot of fun. That's cool. And to have 3 different degrees in it is awesome. I've never heard of that. And Heidi says, I used to write poetry in college and enjoyed watercolor painting a few years ago. Nice. Now my most artistic effort is adding glitter to my son's coloring book pictures. I think that's sweet. Have you considered taking up watercolor again, Heidi? Like, did you just get tired of doing it? Do you think you'll ever go back to doing it? And Robert says, photography, freelance assistant, Ektachrome developer. I wasn't very creative. Photography is extremely creative, Robert. I don't know what you're talking about. And says, how long does a dog need to bark before it loses its ability to bark? I imagine because you started bringing up dogs, it's probably the neighbor that you have that doesn't take their dog inside, and they've probably been barking outside for a really long time. I hope that they are let in soon because that's awful. And I know what you mean. There's just some people where they just like let their dog stay outside for ages no matter how long they bark. I am not one of those people. And Jamie says, my creative skills are in the applied arts, sewing, needlework, scrapbooking, and art journaling. I used to do some woodworking. I also dabbled in production design and set dressing for some short films. Yeah, that's super cool. And woodworking too. I have recently started getting people in my feed doing different woodworking. I don't think I'd be good at that either, but I really appreciate the skill. I also have found that, yeah, it's cute to carve figures and things like that, but my big thing I enjoy seeing people make are like bowls and spoons, like things that you can utilize after you make them. It's just cool. Jamie says, that's great. Looks like fun. Thank you. Angel says, nice, looks good. Thank you. And Melissa says, got 38 pages of my book read. Going to have some dinner. Awesome. I hope your dinner is delish. And Elkie says, trained actor and singer, so probably that. Awesome. I didn't know that about you, Elkie. Andrew says, the only artsy thing I've done is the Warhammer model painting. I was surprised at how good they came out. I used brushes and bought and learned how to use an airbrush. Very nice. Airbrushing, that's a very special technique. Robert says, Alex, the creative one in the family. Well, it's easy to be the creative one because I'm an only child. So I am my parents' only creative child. And Kat says, yes, I worked in television on both sides of the camera, producing, directing, writing, acting. And I know you like to sing too, Kat. You said perform improv theater. I'm also a scrapbooker, blogger, and content creator. Yes, you are very creative, Kat. Barry says, hello. Hi, Barry. We ate dinner during that sprint. I hope that he is well. And Heidi says, I might have to get all the watercolor painting stuff out of the closet now. It is fun to copy something pretty off the internet. Yeah, that's the thing. I was talking with Keaton, and I was like, I have to reference other things right now to feel like I've made something that looks good. But after I have enough practice, hopefully the goal will be that I can be able to do something out of my own mind. And I know what I'm sure I could make something now that would look nice, but I have always struggled with getting something out of my head, like I can see in my head, and putting it on paper because I'm not good at perspective. That's something that's really hard, which is why a lot of my art looks flat. And why, whenever I did art when I was younger, I always used pictures as references because that really helped me with depth. And it showed me where, the lighting was coming from and where all the shadows were and where you should put like your white highlights and everything. Because when I would do my charcoal drawings, my really favorite ones that I love to do is where you start with a black piece of paper and you do everything in white and light gray to create the dimension. And doing that off of black and white photos was the thing that I did. So, the idea that like one day I might be able to pull something out of my brain and make it look good is, kind of exciting. And Jamie said, I'm a jack of many trades, master of none, which is better than a master of one. I like to try lots of things. And that's cool. And that's my thing too, is I'm one of those people that I never strive to be a master of anything. I actually would get too bored, I think, before I ever got to the point of becoming a master because I'm somebody that I like to learn new things all the time. And getting to like practice and try different things and be able to move on to something else is what makes it enjoyable. And people who master things are people who spend like 10,000 hours doing like one thing. And, some people that they like that. They like having their one focus. And I am not like that at all. I like to have as many options as possible, is why my brain is in a constant state of chaos. It makes sense to me. If anybody else was in it, though, they'd probably be like, what the hell is this? And, I'm always just like seeking out the next thing to throw myself into. I get well versed enough in something until I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I feel good about that. Let's move on. Kat says, I feel the same, Jamie. And Zach says, I love pixel art onto puzzle cubes I solve pixel art onto puzzle cubes and amateur poetry. Very cool. And Jamie says, that is exactly it. Yeah. I know a lot of people relate to that. That's why I feel comfortable talking about it because I really don't think that that's weird. You have to have a very specific kind of brain to be somebody that can do the same thing day in and day out over and over again. That's just not me. And Angela says, I've always been creative. I'm more of a crafter than an artist. Two of my brothers were artists for their entire lives. Their degrees served them well. That is so cool. What kind of art did they make, Angela? Did they do pottery? Was it painting? Did they, metal work, sculptures? I actually know somebody who does like metalworking, and that is a particularly unique, interesting, and dangerous form of art, working with all like the sharp metal scrap pieces and the blow torches and stuff. It's really cool though. Glass blowing is amazing. I've seen people do that in person and it's sweet. And Zach says, speaking of creativity, did you get the knitting video I emailed you on the channel Bookish Frenzy if anyone else is interested? I saw the email, Zach, and I haven't gotten to open it up and look at it yet. But I did see it come through, so thank you for sending that. I actually noticed it while I was working on a sock, and I was like, oh, I'm going to have to go watch that later, so thanks. Alrighty. Well, we are past the 3-hour mark, which means we are down to the last 2 questions of the evening. And as always, I will ask you, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key thing here is it just has to be interesting to you. It does not have to be interesting to anybody else, although I will probably find it interesting even if I have no idea what you're talking about. Because as we have established, I like learning new things. And Kat says, I'd love to try pottery and crocheting at some point. Crocheting's really fun. I've done that since I was a child. Pottery, I also really love. And that used to be my favorite class when I was in middle school. I just had a pottery class. And there was something very cathartic and very relaxing about working with clay. I understand why so many people get into that because it's just you just get to focus on that, and it's something to like really do with your hands, and it's difficult but it's not so difficult that it feels impossible. Like you can like really start building those skills, it feels like, in a short period of time if you work on it. And I think it's cool. Like pottery is one of those things that everybody can do. And Zach says, one thing I've learned is my brain turns to mush. Oh, sorry. um Turn to mush by Friday, and I find it difficult to remember other things I've learned. That's okay. I'll let you think about something else. You got 45 minutes to think about whatever it is, or go find something that you think is interesting, Zach. I actually saved a note because I knew that I would forget mine too. I put a note in my phone so that I would remember to tell you all the thing that I learned. And Kat says, also photography. I love taking pictures. I love photography too, but much like with filming and like trying to draw and get the right perspective, I'm not one of those people that seems to really understand the composition that makes a good photo. Like I can see a photo somebody else took and go, oh, that's a great photo, but I can't recreate that. Or if I do it, it almost feels like it's by accident. Like if I really try, if I like try to be artistic, it looks awful. But if I just kind of like snap something here or there, it might be like, oh, that's nice. It's terrible. I am not good at photography. Though it would be great to take a photography class so that I could understand some of those things, or like try to, do classes on YouTube. YouTube University coming in for the win. And Jamie says, I'd love to try pottery as well. You definitely should. If you have those things that you really want to do, and it wouldn't really be that horrible of a time commitment, and it wouldn't be that expensive in the grand scheme of things to try, I say go for it. Alrighty. Well, I have given you all your question. I will give you another 45 minutes up on the clock, and then our final sprint of the evening will just be 30 minutes. And I have to think about what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to draw. I'll just be honest. I'm probably going to draw. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I gotta say, by nature, I am a very impatient person, and doodling is going to be something I'm going to have to learn to have patience for, and I think that that would be good for me. I really do. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? I would be happy to start. So, way back in the day, people who were working on farms, if they didn't have access to refrigerators, they would use science, yay science, to help provide cool water when the temperatures were really high outside. And one of the ways that they would do that is they would take a burlap sack and they would soak it in water for several hours. They would take it out and then they would fill it up with water from their well. They would hang it up in a shaded area. And through, I think it was, is it in induction? I'm trying to think of where heat moves out, is drawn out of a source. Basically, the heat would be pulled out of the water through the water evaporating from the burlap sack. And so, and I watched a guy do this. He tested it out. It was like 85 degrees outside, and he left some water just out in a bucket and tested the temperature of that, and it was close to the temperature outside even when sitting in the shade. And the water that was in the burlap sack after it had been allowed to evaporate was like 65 degrees. And I thought that was really cool because I never really thought about heat being able to be drawn out of a source through water evaporation. That's not anything that ever would have crossed my mind. So interesting. And then I will go over to the comments and see what you all had to say. Let's see. Swang says the first vending machine was invented in ancient Greece, 1st century AD. When you inserted a coin, it dispensed holy water. I think that's really cool. Oh, I love that. Thanks, Swank. And Angela said Todd was in graphic design. He made a lot of the giant signs like you see in Vegas or New York, but anywhere really. Thomas applied his art degree to concrete design, pool, fireplaces, ornate inlays. Very cool. So totally different mediums that they were working in. Both somehow used in, well, I guess one was more like home decor and the other was for commercial business, but still like a public design, which is cool. And Angela says, I learned about Casio Mouflon Alpets made in Japan, but coming to US in October. Oh, I shall have one. It's mind-boggling to learn what they're capable of doing, used as emotional support pets. Oh, AI pets. Sorry, a capital I and an L in this font look exactly the same. So Casio Mouflon AI pets made in Japan. Okay. And you said they're also just for fun. I'll have to look one up and see what you're talking about. Kat says, hopping off so Barry and I can hang out. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. Happy weekend to you too, Kat. Goodness, thank you. Sorry I yawned. Jamie says, good night, Kat. Zach says, I did remember find something. Caffeine evolved multiple times on multiple continents, mostly as a natural pesticide. Oh, that's cool. I wouldn't have thought of that being a pesticide. Certainly doesn't keep the goats away. Goats love coffee berries. And Jimmy said, I learned that researchers have found that badgers and coyotes are hunting together. Badgers can dig but are slow. Coyotes are fast but can't dig. When they team up, research shows they have a near perfect kill record. That is crazy and also really cool. Thank you. That is a fun fact. Jamie says, Alex, I sent you the link. Thank you. I will do my best to remember to go on there. I'm not on Discord very often. Thank you for sending it to me. And Andrew says, I learned that the Juno satellite has found that Jupiter, although being a gas giant, has a core that pulls the satellite in every so often. It's exciting because I've been really wanting to get into astrophotography. Very cool. I love that. And Jupiter's my favorite planet, by the way. You said we have a telescope and I've gotten some decent pictures of the moon. Good for you. When I was growing up, my uncle had a really nice telescope, although I never saw him use it. He loves space. Right there, that's really cool. And Zach says evaporative cooling. Yes, thank you. It's a much better way of saying simply the thing I was using too many words to say. Thank you. And Angel says, I learned movies filmed like The Blair Witch and Cloverfield make me sick because of the shaking movements. I'm sad. Yeah, they are pretty nauseating. I haven't seen The Blair Witch Project all the way through. I've seen people talk about it, so snippets here and there, but I did watch Cloverfield when I was much younger, and it didn't make me ill, but it was. It was definitely terrifying in a different sort of way, mostly because you couldn't see what the frick was going on, and you're just like moving around like this all the time. But it has its purposes. And JB says, made it to 60% and the salt grows heavy after chatting with a friend for a minute. Very nice. Awesome sauce. Well, cool. I will get our last sprint set up here. I'm going to do just a simple 30 minutes. So we'll end up right around that 5-hour mark by the time we all say goodbye. Zach says evaporative cooling is also how air conditioners and refrigerators work. Refrigerants are mostly just liquids with extremely low boiling points. Check out the channel Technology Connections for more. Yes, that makes perfect sense, because I did understand because I have a heat pump that, in the summertime, it's moving heat out of the house and, dispersing that into the environment and then bringing, air back in that's cooler. And then in the wintertime, it's the opposite. What's really interesting about a heat pump is they're only efficient to, it's about like 45 degrees or so outside, and after that you kind of get to the point where you need to start using like emergency heat, which are the coils inside your house. So it'll go out and it'll try to get heat from the environment. When it realizes it's too cold, it takes that air back in and blows it over the coils in the house, which is why our electric bills end up going up so much higher, because it costs all that much more electricity to heat those coils. Heat pumps are extremely efficient if you live in mild climates. Now, they do make some that are built for cold weather climates. I don't think that's the kind that I have, but I'm sure if like you're further north in Canada and you don't have gas heat and you're not burning wood, you probably have a much better heat pump than I do. But yeah, thank you, Zach. Alrighty. So 30 minutes I have up on the clock, and I'm going to give you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something you did right after the last time we talked. Either way, just something that you're proud of. And Zach says, that's why I wish we could get viable geothermal heat pumps. Absolutely. That would be amazing. I would love that. Anything to cut down on that poor electric bill. It's terrible. Also, of course, just the drain on the environment from having to like produce that much electricity as well. Geothermal would be sweet. Alrighty. Hope you all have a wonderful reading. I'm gonna go back and attempt to like finish the outline of a doodle, and then I'll see if I have any spoons left to try to read tonight. I don't know if I do, but I'll try. All right. I'll see you all later. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Oh, that was the last sprint of the evening. Got a little more doodling done. Oh, before we left, I asked you all, the question was whether you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. Mine is definitely the progress that I've made in the Count of Monte Cristo. So feeling very good about that. Just being able to do so much in such a little amount of time after having finished or started it 4 months ago. So you know what? I'll take it at this point, and I'm glad that it's getting exciting the more that I read it. The ending is definitely it's got a lot more intrigue in it than I was expecting. It's fun. Everybody's trying to kill each other for different reasons. Some people want money, some people want power, some people want good social standing, some people want to defend their honor. It's fun. Let's see. Do do do. Do do do. T-Zach says, like I said last week, unfortunately, electricity is going to get much more expensive. AI data centers coming online will take huge amounts of power, and they double the amount of natural gas we export, which will raise electricity prices for electricity for us so the companies can make more money. I did see something about that recently, that all these data centers are going to end up increasing the cost of like everybody else's electricity if you have one that's in your area, which I think really sucks, because they should be paying more of that price than any of us. And Zach says, the thing I'm proud of is the same thing I couldn't talk about last week. Last week, I made an offer to help someone, and this week I followed through. Still don't think I can say more publicly. Well, I think that's wonderful that you reached out to help somebody. So thank you for doing that, Zach. And Robert says, I bought special food for the squirrels at the park where I found some shade to read since I lost my spot to the college being back. Dang those kids. I love that you got special food for the squirrels. And Swank says, I did laundry and put out the trash. Very nice. I did laundry today, or yesterday. I did 2 loads of laundry yesterday. Today I did the dishes. Zach says, almost finished Among the Burning Flowers. Very nice. And Andrew said, I'm proud I woke up each day healthy and able to converse with y'all. Praise God. And good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Andrew. It's good talking to you. Angela says, there are only 14 pages left to go, but I can't read any more pages tonight. Yeah, another page tonight. I don't blame you, Angela. It's kind of how I'm starting to feel. I'm so sleepy. Thanks for the sprints tonight, Alex. See y'all next week. Yes, I'll see you then. Good to see you, Angela. And Melissa says, read 27 pages, got to 64% of my book. Very nice. Great job. Jamie said, I'm proud that I'm keeping up with the Mystic Readathon. I've finished all prompts so far and finished extra books, so more points to my team. Woo woo! Robert says, Capybara, Chocolate Swan Fountain, Reese's, Bees, arg! That's right, Robert. What a great way to sign off for the evening. Angela says, I cleaned and rearranged my bookshelves and decorated inside for fall this week. Oh, I love that. I have yet to get out my fall decor, even though I'm already celebrating by going to the apple orchard. It just still feels a little too hot, but I fully support you doing that. I put up my Halloween decorations at work, and everybody keeps stopping by to be like, either people are saying, oh, I love it, or they're saying, like, really, in September? And it's like, yeah, because we're in the Burr months now. So I'm allowed to put out the Halloween decorations if I want. If you all can put freaking Christmas decor in the, the Kohl's right now, right next to the Halloween stuff, and December is how many months away, I am allowed to celebrate a holiday that's happening next month. Just saying. Jamie says, made it to 79% of my book. Thanks for sprints. And thank you for coming, Jamie. Great job. Tina says, thank you for sprints. Thanks for coming, Tina. Angel says, we are decorating for Halloween this weekend. Woohoo! I love it. Have fun. That sounds like a great time. I am going to visit some friends tomorrow, and we're going to play cards, and I made a cheese ball, which I'm excited for, which I also got garlic Triscuits and wheat thins. So very amped for that. I don't know what we're having for actual dinner, but my cheese ball is always requested and is always a hit. So happy to be able to bring that. And then the rest of the weekend, I think, is going to be pretty chill, which is good because next week's going to be crazy. Have a huge event that's happening on Tuesday that we're expecting, anywhere between 150 to 200 people to attend. So it's going to be a lot. But hey, not my biggest event of the year. So now that that baseball game's over, it's like everything by comparison feels kind of small. And Jamie says, "That's right, decorate." That's what I'm saying. Twink says, "Thanks for sprints and thank you for coming." And with that, everybody, I do hope you have a fabulous weekend and just do the things that you want to do. Either relax or be active and, keep your mind busy or whatever's going to make you feel good. And Andrew said, "Our go to for card night is pizza and hot fries." Oh, I love that. Zach says, "I make a really good salmon ball that is good to spread on crackers." Oh, that sounds good, especially if it's smoked salmon. Oh, I love all salmon, but that'd be good for smoked salmon. Angel says, "Thank you for sprints. Hope to see you all next week." Good night, Alex, and good night to you as well. And with that, I shall hopefully see you all next week, barring any weird things. I'll see you then. Take care, everybody.